The scent of dust and old paper was a funeral dirge in our quiet home. Leo was gone. A hero's death, they said during a training exercise. My husband, the distinguished colonel, was finally home for good in a flag-draped box. We had shared a roof for 30 years, a marriage that was a beautiful empty shell, and now I was alone with the ghosts of what might have been. I was packing his things, my movements slow and heavy with a grief that was complicated, tangled with a lifetime of unspoken resentments. It was then, tucked beneath a stack of military manuals in his old oak desk, that I found it. A small leather-bound diary, its cover soft and worn with time. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird in a cage of bone. This was a violation, I knew, but a desperate need to understand the man I had called my husband, yet never truly knew, overrode my conscience. With trembling fingers I opened it. The pages were filled with Leo's precise, familiar script, but the words were from a stranger. They were not about duty or the base or even me. They were about her. A woman named Clara. Page after page was a chronicle of a love so intense, so consuming, it stole the air from my lungs. He wrote of their first meeting, a chance encounter when a cultural troupe visited the base 6 months before our wedding. He wrote of her laugh, her grace, the way the sunlight caught her hair. He wrote of a future stolen, a love lost. My dearest Clara, one entry read, dated just a year ago, the years have done nothing to dim your light in my heart. You remain my one true north, the memory I cling to in this cold, quiet existence. Cold, quiet. Our existence. The diary fell from my numb hands. In that moment, the puzzle of my life snapped into a devastating, clear picture. The emotional distance that had been a constant chill in our home. The way his eyes would sometimes look through me, focused on some distant, painful memory. The gentle but firm way he had always held me at arm's length. It wasn't that he was incapable of love. He had simply given his heart to another woman long before he ever placed a ring on my finger. I was not his wife, I was his sentence. A duty-bound compromise, a chain that kept him from his Clara. A sob escaped me raw and ragged. All the years I'd spent blaming myself, wondering what I had done wrong, trying harder, loving harder, only to be met with that infuriating gentle silence. It had all been a joke. The love I had poured into this man, this marriage, had been the greatest shackle of my life. I had suffered, and so had he, trapped in a gilded cage of our parents' expectations and a sense of obligation. The weight of it crushed me. The illness I had battled, the depression that had clung to me like a shroud, it had all been born from this emptiness. I died not from a disease, but from a broken heart I never understood was broken from the very beginning. The last thing I remembered was a sharp, stabbing pain in my chest, the world tilting and the feel of the cold, polished wood floor against my cheek. Then nothing. And then, everything. A burst of sound, of color, of warmth. The scent of cheap wine and cigarette smoke. A loud, off-key rendition of a popular love song. I blinked, disoriented. I was sitting at a large round table laden with dishes. Around me, faces I hadn't seen in decades, young and unlined by care. They were laughing, clapping, their eyes bright with joy. "Hey Sarah, stop daydreaming," a voice boomed next to me. It was Mark, Leo's best friend. But he was young, his hair thick and dark, his smile easy. "When are you and Leo finally going to tie the knot?" "We're all waiting." My breath hitched. I followed his gaze across the table. And there he was. Leo. Not the stoic, silver-haired colonel, but a young man in his crisp military uniform, his jaw strong, his eyes a vibrant, clear blue. But those eyes, when they met mine, held a familiar, faint discomfort. He frowned. "Mark, don't be ridiculous. Sarah's like a sister to me. Don't read too much into it." The room, which had been buzzing with laughter, fell into an abrupt, awkward silence. You could have heard a pin drop. Everyone at this wedding banquet knew me. They knew I had followed Leo around since I could walk. They knew I had declared to anyone who would listen that I would marry him someday. His parents adored me. The whole military compound called me the Thomas family's little daughter-in-law. Leo had never corrected them. Not once. Till now. With one word, sister, he had erased it all. Mark, drunk and unfiltered on his own wedding day, chuckled, trying to break the tension. "Ah, I get it. You two have that whole good big brother little sister thing going on." A few nervous titters circled the table, but Leo stood up abruptly, his face darkening. "I'll say this again. he said, his voice cold and sharp. Sarah's just my sister. Speak nonsense like that again and you'll ruin her reputation. The laughter died completely. Every single eye in the room turned to me, filled with a mixture of pity and curiosity. I looked up, met their gaze, and felt a strange, surreal calm settle over me. This was the spring of 1987. Mark's wedding. The moment in my first life that had set our tragic course in motion. But now I knew the ending. I nodded quietly. Yes, I said, my voice surprisingly steady. I'm just his sister. On the walk home, the silence between us was a living thing. In my past life, I had been chatterbox, filling every quiet moment with nervous prattle, desperate to bridge the gap his words had created. Now I was simply quiet. The truth was, I hadn't yet adjusted to being 21 again, to the vibrant, aching youth of my body, to the second chance that had been dropped into my lap. Still mad? Leo asked suddenly, his voice gruff. I'm not mad, I replied. I was just tired. Tired from a lifetime of loving him. He was clearly surprised by my distance. Are you feeling okay? He asked, reaching out to touch my forehead with a familiarity that now felt like a brand. I flinched away. His hand hung in the air between us for a moment before he pulled it back, his expression turning noticeably colder. What are you sulking about now? He snapped. If something's bothering you, just say it. There's no need for this act. I looked at him, truly looked at him. This boy who held the ghost of the man who would break my heart. I didn't understand, I said softly. What exactly am I doing wrong? He was stunned into silence. I had never talked back to him before. I had always been pliable, eager to please. We had reached the front gate of my house. I turned to walk inside, but he grabbed my arm. Sarah, he said, his voice firm. Just then a young private came running up, slightly out of breath. Captain Thomas. There's a comrade named Clara Vance looking for you. She's at the gates, sir. Making a bit of a scene. You'd better come. At the name Clara Vance, I saw it. A light ignited in Leo's eyes, a spark of desperate, instant attention I had never seen directed at me. His grip on my arm loosened. Sarah, he said, already turning away, his focus entirely shifted. Tell my mom I won't be home for dinner tonight. And he was gone, striding quickly toward the gate, toward his white moonlight. I watched his retreating back, the familiar silhouette I had loved for a lifetime. And no matter how much I tried to suppress it, a familiar, bitter ache stirred in my chest. But this time it was different. This time it was followed by a cold, hard resolve. I walked into my quiet, empty house. The house my parents had left me when they died in a lab accident 2 years earlier. I went straight to my desk and took out a freshly filled out form. An application for a position as a military medic at our local base. The job I had taken in my first life to be close to Leo. I didn't even read it. I simply tore it in half, then again and again, letting the pieces flutter into the trash can like confetti at a funeral. In my past life I had spent everything chasing Leo. I had given up my dreams. I had lost myself. But this time I was going to live for me. The sound of the tearing paper was a declaration of independence. Each shred that fell into the wicker basket was a chain breaking. The weight in my chest didn't vanish, but it shifted, transforming from a burden of heartbreak into the heavy, determined beat of a new beginning. My first stop was the home of Professor Lawrence, my mentor from medical school. He was a brilliant, eccentric man who saw in me a spark for research that I had been all too willing to smother for the sake of proximity to Leo. I carried a box of his favorite oolong tea, a peace offering and a key. I found him in his sun-drenched study, surrounded by precarious towers of books and the faint, sterile smell of disinfectant that always clung to him. He peered at me over his spectacles, his eyes sharp and knowing. Sarah, he said, a slow smile spreading across his face. To what do I owe the pleasure? Come to finally admit that battlefield triage is less interesting than the mysteries of the human cell. I placed the tea on a rare clear spot on his desk. Professor, you mentioned last year that you were leading a medical research team to Switzerland for a 5-year fellowship. You said you'd saved a spot for me. Is that offer still open? Professor Lawrence paused, the tea tin halfway to his nose. He set it down carefully. I seem to recall a certain young woman being quite adamant that her future was here. Something about a handsome young officer and a desire to be a military doctor. He studied me, his gaze piercing. What changed? I met his eyes, willing my voice not to shake. Some things just aren't meant to be. I've figured things out now. He was silent for a long moment, his fingers steepled. You're sure you're not being mistreated? If that Thomas boy has done something, I can have a word with his father. Arthur and I go way back. The offer, so full of protective kindness, almost undid me. But this was my battle to end. There's no need, Professor. Please don't worry. I simply want to study abroad. I want to learn to improve myself. I want to be able to contribute something real to medicine someday. That's honestly what I want. His expression softened, the clinical sharpness replaced by a warm, genuine pride. You, Sarah, are one of the most naturally gifted students I have ever taught. Your mind is meant for a laboratory, not just a field hospital. This fellowship, it will open doors for you that you can't yet imagine. It's a rare opportunity. Make the most of it. The relief was so profound it felt like a physical unclenching. Thank you, Professor. We depart in 2 weeks, he said, finally opening the tea and taking a deep breath of the fragrant leaves. Use the time to get your affairs in order. He didn't need to elaborate. 2 weeks. 14 days to disentangle myself from a life I had been building around Leo since childhood. The thought was terrifying and exhilarating. Leaving his house, I felt lighter, the spring air tasting sweeter. I decided to walk home to savor the feeling of freedom. But fate, it seemed, had a cruel sense of timing. As I passed by the Capitol Cinema, I saw them. Leo standing tall in his uniform, and next to him a woman. Clara Vance. She was even more striking in person than in the grainy photo I'd found in the diary. Slender and poised, with a cascade of dark hair and a smile that seemed to be reserved just for him. She tilted her head back, laughing at something he said, and he looked down at her with an expression of such open, unguarded affection that it stole my breath anew. I had never seen him look at me that way. Not once. I had stopped walking, a statue of my own past pain. Leo's eyes flickered up and met mine. The warmth in them vanished, replaced by instant irritation. Sarah, he said, his voice cold. Are you following me? Clara turned, her smile becoming polite, inquisitive. She looked from Leo to me, her head cocked like a curious bird. Leo, aren't you going to introduce me? Her voice was soft, melodious. Exactly how I'd imagined it. Leo's frown deepened for a moment before he forced it away, his expression softening as he looked back at her. This is Sarah, he said, his tone neutral. She's my neighbor. Like a little sister to me. He then glanced back at me, a warning in his eyes. Sarah, this is Clara Vance. Your future sister-in-law. The audacity of it, the casual cruelty, hit me like a slap. Sister-in-law. He was already claiming her, anointing her right in front of me. Clara blushed, a pretty, practiced shade of pink rising on her cheeks. Oh, Leo, she murmured, looking down shyly. Sarah, Leo said, the warning now explicit in his tone. Say hello to your sister-in-law. Don't be rude. Even though I had already decided to let him go, the words were a physical blow. The boy who had taught me to ride a bike, who had held my hand at my parents' funeral, was now officially erasing me from the narrative of his heart. I took a steadying breath. I was just passing by, I said, my voice miraculously calm. I won't bother you two any longer. I turned and walked away before my composure could crack. I didn't get far before I heard Clara's voice, soft and carrying. Leo, your little sister seems to have a bit of a temper. Do you think she'll give me a hard time? And Leo's reply, firm and protective, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will dare lay a finger on you. A gust of wind blew down the street, whipping dust into my eyes. I rubbed them and my palm came away wet. I told myself it was just the grit. But I knew. The boy who had once promised to protect me forever was gone, and the part of me that had loved him was determined to wither away and die with him. That evening Mrs. Thomas, Eleanor, came over carrying a bowl of her famous chicken soup. Her face was etched with concern. Sarah dear, she said, settling at my kitchen table. I heard there was some tension at the wedding banquet. And that Leo. She trailed off, her kind eyes searching mine. Are you all right? Eleanor Thomas had been a second mother to me since my own parents died. She had held me when I cried, celebrated my achievements, and always hoped I would become her daughter-in-law. The guilt of disappointing her was a fresh pain. I'm fine really, I said, forcing a smile. Leo's right. We've always been more like siblings. People just read too much into things. I saw the doubt in her eyes, but she didn't push. She patted my hand. Well, you know I'm always here. Later that night, a furious pounding shook my front door. I opened it to find Leo, his face a thundercloud. Sarah, what did you say to my mother? He demanded, storming past me into the living room. I was too stunned to speak. What are you talking about? She came home upset, crying. I made myself clear today. To me, you're just a sister. Don't get any ideas you shouldn't. He glared at me, a stranger filled with contempt for a crime I hadn't committed. The injustice of it stole my breath. I didn't say anything to her, Leo. I would never. Just stay away from her, he snarled and turned on his heel, slamming the door behind him. I stood there in the sudden silence, trembling with a mixture of rage and a profound, weary sadness. My eyes drifted to the calendar. 13 days left. Just 13 days. The next morning he was back, looking sheepish, standing awkwardly in my yard. Sarah, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. He scuffed his boot on the pavement. Mom went to the base, used her connections. She found out I've been seeing Clara privately. That's why she was upset. I thought you'd told her. He looked genuinely contrite. My attitude last night was wrong. I'm sorry. Whatever you want, I'll buy it for you. Please don't be mad. It was a script from our childhood. Every time he'd hurt my feelings, he'd buy me a candy apple or a new ribbon to make it better. But I was no longer that little girl. I was about to refuse to tell him it didn't matter when another thought occurred to me. My parents had loved Leo. Before they left, they should say goodbye. Are you free this afternoon? I asked. I want to take you somewhere. A flicker of surprise, then relief. Of course. I'm off for a few days. We agreed to meet at the gates at 3 o'clock. I spent the morning cleaning the house, trying to quiet my mind. At 2:30 I changed into a simple, respectful dress and walked to the gate. I waited. The sun climbed, then began to sink. 3 o'clock became 4, then 5. The sky was streaked with orange and purple when I finally accepted it. He wasn't coming. I went to the cemetery alone. The air was cool and still. I stood before the 2 simple headstones, my parents' names stark in the fading light. Mom, Dad, I whispered, my voice breaking in the silence. I'm sorry I haven't visited enough. And I'm sorry for the mess I made of things before. I knelt, tracing the letters of my mother's name. But thank you. Thank you for watching over me, for giving me another chance. I promise you, in this life I will live for myself. I'll make you proud. I won't waste it. Tears flowed freely now, but they were cleansing, not bitter. I was saying goodbye not just to them, but to the ghost of the woman I had been. When I returned to the compound, the street lights were on. And there, walking toward his own house, was Leo. He looked surprised to see me. Sarah? What are you doing out so late? The casualness of it, the sheer lack of recollection, was breathtaking. You broke your promise, Leo. His face shifted, a flicker of memory finally dawning. Oh, right. The cemetery. He had the decency to look slightly ashamed. Clara hurt her foot during practice this afternoon. I had to take her to the hospital. Took longer than I thought. You weren't in a hurry anyway, right? We can go tomorrow. I looked at him, at this man who would always choose her in this life and the last. And I felt nothing. Just a vast, empty space where my love for him used to live. I shook my head. It's fine. It doesn't matter anymore. And for the first time I truly meant it. The silence that followed my words was different from all the others. It wasn't heavy with unsaid things or charged with my own unspoken hurt. It was simply empty. Final. Leo stared at me, his brow furrowed as if trying to decipher a code in a language he'd never learned. He opened his mouth, perhaps to argue, to insist we go tomorrow, but I didn't give him the chance. I turned and walked into my house, closing the door on him, on his excuses, on a lifetime of waiting. 12 days. The countdown became my mantra. I threw myself into preparations, visiting the library to research the Swiss Institute, making lists of what to pack. I was a flurry of purposeful activity, a stark contrast to the quiet despair of my previous life. But the world, it seemed, was not yet done with its drama. 2 days after the cemetery incident, I was in my garden tending to my mother's rose bushes when a sharp voice cut through the afternoon calm. Sarah, I need to talk to you. I looked up to see Clara Vance standing at my gate. The delicate, shy dancer was gone. In her place was a woman with a pinched expression and eyes full of venom. She strode into the yard without an invitation. "What did you say to him?" she demanded, her hands on her hips. "To who? About what?" I asked, wiping the dirt from my hands. "Don't play dumb, Leo. He hasn't come to see me in 2 days. Did you cry to his mother? Did you guilt him into staying away from me?" She stepped closer, her voice a low, spiteful hiss. "Let me make something clear. You're nothing to him. Just the pathetic little girl next door he's stuck with out of pity. He loves me. He's always loved me." I almost laughed. The vaunted white moonlight was, in the flesh, a jealous, petty woman. I felt a pang of something that wasn't jealousy, but a profound disappointment for the Leo of my past life. This was the ideal he had cherished? The ghost for which he had sacrificed a real, if flawed, marriage? "You can have him, Clara," I said, my voice flat. "I'm not standing in your way." My calmness seemed to infuriate her further. "Don't you dare act like you're doing me a favor. You think you're so special because you grew up with him? Well, you're not. Just stay away from him, you useless little—" "Get off my property," I interrupted, my patience snapping. "Now." She glared at me, her chest heaving. "You'll regret this," she spat before spinning on her heel and marching away. I shook my head, dismissing her as a minor nuisance. A tempest in a teapot. I was wrong. That night, a thunderous banging shook my door. Before I could even fully open it, Leo shoved his way inside. His face was a mask of pure fury. "What did you do?" he roared. I took a step back, my heart hammering. "Leo, what?" He didn't let me finish. His hand shot out and the world exploded in a burst of white-hot pain. The slap was so hard it sent me stumbling back against the wall. My cheek burned and the taste of copper filled my mouth. "You vicious little—" he choked out, his eyes wild. "What did you do to Clara? I knew you were jealous, but this? Sending thugs after her? If I hadn't gotten there in time." He was shaking with rage. "This ends now. Let me make one thing clear, Sarah. Even if you were the last woman on earth, I would never, ever choose you. So just give it up." The words, so eerily similar to the ones I'd read in his diary, should have shattered me. But instead of pain, a cold, clear fury rose in me. The injustice of it, the sheer blindness. He had chosen a liar over the person he'd known his entire life. I pushed myself off the wall, my own hand flying through the air before I could even think. The crack of my palm against his face was even louder than his slap had been. It stunned us both into silence. I looked him dead in the eye, my voice dangerously quiet. "Get out. Sarah. Get out." I screamed, the sound tearing from my throat. "If you trust me so little, then we are done. Completely and forever. Now get out of my house." He stood there, a red handprint blooming on his cheek, his expression shifting from rage to confusion to something that might have been the first flicker of shame. He turned and left without another word, closing the door softly behind him. I slid down the wall to the floor, trembling not from hurt but from adrenaline. The line had been crossed. There was no going back. 10 days left. The news of our blow-up spread through the compound like wildfire. My friend Hannah, Mark's new wife, came over the next morning, her face flushed with anger. "I can't believe him," she fumed, wrapping me in a fierce hug. "Hitting you. For that outsider. Mark told me everything. Leo's lost his mind." "I'm done, Hannah," I said, my voice raw. "I don't love him anymore. Whatever choices he makes have nothing to do with me." She pulled back, her eyes wide with shock. "Really? Sarah, are you serious?" "I've never been more serious in my life." Seeing the resolve on my face, she slowly nodded. "Good. You're amazing, Sarah. You deserve so much better than a man who's blind and deaf." The fallout for Leo was swift. Hannah reported that Colonel Thomas had whipped Leo with his belt again, so hard the welts had broken the skin. The more his parents opposed his relationship with Clara, the more defiant Leo became. Their relationship was now public, a scandalous rebellion that had turned his friends against him and his home into a battlefield. A week before my departure, I booked a private room at the Skyline, the finest restaurant in the city. I invited everyone from the compound, everyone except Leo. It was my farewell party. The dinner was filled with laughter and easy conversation. For the first time in years, I was just Sarah, not Leo's shadow. As the dessert was served, I stood up and tapped my glass. Everyone, I have an announcement, I said, my voice clear. Next week I'll be leaving. I've accepted a 5-year medical research fellowship in Switzerland. A stunned silence fell over the room. Kevin, Mark's brother, was the first to speak. Does Leo know? Hannah smacked his arm. What's there for him to know? They're finished. He's too busy with his new romance to care. All eyes turned to me, filled with a fresh wave of sympathy. I smiled, a genuine free smile. Why is everyone so gloomy? You'll barely have time to miss me. The mood lightened, and the rest of the evening was a warm, happy blur of promises to write and well wishes. It felt like a true goodbye, a closing of a happy chapter from my childhood, before the tragedy of my adulthood had begun. With only 6 days left, I focused on myself. I visited my favorite professors, had long lunches with classmates, and spent a day alone, visiting all the landmarks of the city I was leaving behind. My final stop was the Great Wall. I climbed to the highest point I could reach, the wind whipping through my hair. The sky was an endless, brilliant blue. I cupped my hands around my mouth and shouted into the vastness, "Goodbye. I'll be back and I'll make you proud." The sound was swallowed by the wind, but the feeling remained. I was free. The next day, I went to the department store to buy parting gifts for Arthur and Eleanor Thomas. Despite everything, I was grateful for their kindness. I was browsing silk scarves when a familiar voice sent a chill down my spine. "Sarah." I turned. It was Leo, and clinging to his arm was Clara. He looked terrible, haunted. There were dark circles under his eyes, and he'd lost weight. The defiant pride was gone, replaced by a deep weariness. "Emily, He started but didn't seem to know what to say. Clara, however, had plenty to say. She stepped forward, her eyes flashing. "Well, look who it is. You haven't even apologized for what you did." I stared at her, incredulous. "I have nothing to apologize to you for." "Oh, really?" she sneered, grabbing my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "You set those men on me. Don't think you can just walk away." The anger I had been suppressing since Leo's slap erupted. I wrenched my arm free and, with a swiftness that surprised even me, slapped her across the face. "Get away from me," she shrieked, clutching her cheek. "Leo." She hit me. Leo rushed forward, his face a storm of conflicting emotions. "Sarah, what is wrong with you?" Without a word, I slapped him too. The sound echoed in the crowded store. "Hannah was right," I said, my voice cold as ice. "You are blind and deaf." His face darkened with humiliation and rage. "Don't push your luck, Sarah. I know all about your scheming. And I will never, ever love you." I laughed, then, a short, bitter sound. "Leo, you think far too highly of yourself. Your love is worth less to me than the dirt on my shoes." "I don't want it." I turned my back on both of them and walked away, my head held high. The drama was over. I had 5 days left. Nothing was going to ruin my escape. The confrontation at the department store should have been the end of it. I had drawn my line in the sand with a clarity that left no room for misinterpretation. I spent the next 4 days in a state of focused preparation, my suitcase a physical representation of my new life. Each folded blouse, each medical textbook, was a step away from Leo, from Clara, from the ghost of the woman I had been. On my second-to-last day, I needed to buy gifts for Arthur and Eleanor. Despite Leo's betrayal, their kindness to me had been a constant. I owed them a proper goodbye. The department store was bustling, a microcosm of a city moving on without me. I found an elegant silk scarf for Eleanor and a fine leather wallet for Arthur. For myself, on a whim, I bought an expensive set of French skincare creams. An indulgence, a promise to my future self that I would be cared for. I was heading down the escalator from the second floor when I heard it first. A scream, sharp and piercing, followed by another. Then a chorus of panicked shouts. "Fire! Help! Fire!" Ahead, thick black smoke began to billow from the first-floor cosmetics department. The air grew acrid. The scene triggered a memory so deep and visceral it felt like a physical blow. The fire. The department store fire. In my first life, this was the pivotal moment. Leo had been with me that day. I'd been sulking, sensing his distance, and had dragged him shopping. When the fire broke out, he'd vanished. A falling shard of glass had sliced my cheek, leaving a scar that would mark me for life. His guilt over that scar, amplified by his parents' fury, had been the final push into our disastrous marriage. And in his diary I learned the truth. He hadn't vanished to save a little girl. He had seen Clara in the crowd and gone to her. He had chosen her even then. The scar, the marriage, it had all been built on his lie. A cold dread washed over me. The past was trying to reel me back in. Not this time. I dropped my shopping bags and ran not for the main exit, but for the less crowded rear of the store. I would not be a victim of this history. I would not be disfigured. I would not be trapped. But fate, it seemed, had a twisted sense of humor. As I sprinted down a service corridor, a side door burst open and two figures stumbled through. Leo and Clara. Of course. They were everywhere, a plague of my own past. Our eyes met for a split second, his wide with surprise and a flicker of alarm, hers with sheer panic. There was no time for words. The crowd, a terrified, single-minded organism, surged around us. In the chaos, a large man shoving his way forward, slammed into me from behind. I lost my balance, falling hard onto the grimy tile floor. The air left my lungs in a whoosh. For a moment I was disoriented, seeing only a forest of stampeding legs. Then a hand grabbed my arm. Leo. He was pulling me up, his face a grim mask of duty. Our eyes met again, and in his I saw not concern for me, but the frantic calculation of a man trying to manage two crises at once. Just then Clara shrieked behind him. Leo. My ankle. I can't move. The choice was instantaneous. His grip on my arm loosened and fell away. He turned without a second glance, pushing back through the crowd toward her. He looked back just once, a fleeting glance filled not with regret, but with a panicked guilt, as if I were an inconvenient obligation he'd been forced to abandon. I was alone on the floor, getting trampled. A sharp heel dug into my hand and I cried out in pain. But the survival instinct was stronger than the hurt. Gritting my teeth, I forced myself to my knees, then to my feet. A kind-faced woman saw me struggling and grabbed my other arm. Hold on, dear. We're almost there. Together we stumbled through the choking smoke and out into the blinding afternoon sun, coughing and gasping. I collapsed onto the pavement, my palms scraped and bleeding, my body aching. A shadow fell over me. Sarah. Thank God you're okay. I looked up. It was Leo, his uniform smudged with soot, Clara clinging to his side, sobbing dramatically into his shoulder. I didn't mean to leave you, he said, his voice strained. The situation was chaotic. I couldn't help it. I got to my feet, ignoring the pain shooting up my leg. I looked at him, my eyes devoid of any emotion he might recognize. No anger, no hurt, no love. Just a vast, frozen emptiness. Leo, I interrupted, my voice flat and final. You don't have to explain. You already made your choice. I saw the blood drain from his face. I saw a genuine panic flash in his eyes, the first dawning horror that this was different, that I was different, that the foundation of his world, my constant unquestioning presence, was gone. He opened his mouth, but all that came out was a weak, I'm sorry. Those words were ash in my mouth. I didn't reply. I didn't even look at him again. I turned and walked away, limping but unwavering towards my future. Tomorrow I would leave this country. And Leo Thomas would be nothing but a painful memory. The bus idled in the university parking lot, a large modern coach that smelled of diesel and new upholstery. My classmates chattered excitedly, their voices a buzzing hum of anticipation. Professor Lawrence was at the front, checking his clipboard. I sat by a window, watching the raindrops trace paths down the glass. I was calm. I was ready. Then I saw him. He came running across the parking lot, a disheveled, desperate figure in a rain-soaked coat. Sarah. Sarah, wait. It was Leo. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. His eyes were wild, his face pale and stubbled. He reached the bus and slammed his hands against my window, his breath fogging the glass. Sarah. Don't go. Please don't go, he pleaded, his voice muffled but frantic. Every head on the bus turned. Professor Lawrence sighed and walked down the aisle to me. Sarah, he said quietly. 10 minutes. Resolve this. We have a schedule. Numbly I nodded and stepped off the bus. The cold rain hit my face. I pulled Leo away from the vehicle under the scant shelter of a nearby tree. What are you doing here, Leo? I asked, my voice drained of all energy. What could you possibly want? Emily, please, he begged, grabbing my wrists. You didn't cherish anything when you had the chance. Now you're leaving? Please, just listen to me. He spilled out a frantic, jumbled story. After I'd left him at the department store, he'd gone home. His mother, Eleanor, had been waiting, and in her fury, she'd shown him the boxes of childhood mementos she was about to burn. The paper cranes I'd folded for him, the journal, the little wooden puppet he'd carved with the words "I want to be with Sarah forever" on the back. It all came rushing back, he said, his eyes red-rimmed. And then I went to find Clara. I heard she was in trouble. I found her in an alley near her house, talking to those same thugs she accused you of sending. She was bargaining with them. It was all a lie, Sarah. Everything. She set it all up. I'm sorry. You were right. I'm a complete idiot. I see it now. It's always been you. Please give me one more chance. I looked at him, at the raw remorse on his face, and I felt nothing but a profound, weary pity. Why was it only when the illusion of Clara shattered that he could see my value? I let out a cold, quiet laugh. Why is it so hard for you to just admit you fell out of love, Leo? If Clara hadn't been exposed as a liar, you would never have come back to me. You didn't choose me. You just ran out of options. Now please, stop bothering me. This is embarrassing. His eyes filled with tears. He rushed forward, clutching my hand tightly, his grip desperate. Sarah, I was wrong. I was so wrong. Please, just one more chance. I'll do anything. I looked him straight in the eyes, mine colder than the rain. Leo, I said, my voice clear and sharp as broken glass. I already gave you a chance. A lifetime of chances. You didn't want them. The truth of those words hit him like a physical blow. All the color drained from his face. His grip on my hand loosened and fell away. He stood there, utterly broken, as I turned my back on him for the last time and walked back to the bus, to my future, without a single glance behind. The door hissed shut, sealing me in the warm, quiet hum of the coach. Professor Lawrence gave the signal, and with a lurch we began to move. I watched through the rain-streaked window as the figure of Leo Thomas grew smaller and smaller, until he vanished into the gray landscape of my past. The hum of the jet engine was a lullaby of escape. As the sprawling lights of my hometown dwindled into a distant constellation and then vanished beneath a blanket of clouds, a physical weight lifted from my shoulders. It was the weight of Leo's expectations, of Clara's venom, of the pitying stares from the compound. For the first time in either of my lives, I was truly untethered. The chaos of the international airport in Geneva was a welcome shock to the system. The air smelled different, of coffee, cold air, and foreign perfumes. The voices were a melodic cacophony of French, German, and English. I stood with my fellow researchers, a mix of excitement and trepidation thrumming through me. We were shepherded through customs by a flustered Professor Lawrence, who kept counting heads like a worried mother hen. And then I saw him. He was impossible to miss. A tall, broad-shouldered man with a shock of blonde hair and eyes the color of a summer sky, holding a sign that read, Professor Lawrence Hackwo Team. But as we approached, his gaze locked onto me and his jaw literally dropped. He stared, utterly transfixed, as if he'd seen a ghost. Professor Lawrence began introductions, but the man, Mike, as it turned out, a PhD researcher at the institute, seemed to not hear a word. He stepped right past the professor, his eyes wide with unabashed wonder, and stopped in front of me. Mon Dieu, he breathed, his English heavily accented with French. You are exactly the woman from my dreams. I like you very much, miss. Will you be my girlfriend? The entire group, including Professor Lawrence, froze in stunned silence. My cheeks burned with a heat I hadn't felt in years. I was so taken aback I could only stare, my mouth slightly agape. Mike, seemingly oblivious to the social carnage he'd just caused, beamed a brilliant, disarming smile. He was cheerfully, shamelessly insane. And in that moment of profound awkwardness, I felt the first genuine, unburdened laugh bubble up in my chest. I quickly suppressed it, but a corner of my mouth twitched. Thus began my life in Switzerland. The institute was a temple of science, all gleaming steel and glass, overlooking the serene expanse of Lake Geneva. My work was challenging, immersive, and exactly what I needed. I buried myself in the lab, in petri dishes and complex equations. I ate there, I often slept on a cot in the back, I lived and breathed my research. It was my sanctuary. Mike, however, was a persistent and unpredictable force of nature. My attempts to avoid him only seemed to fuel his determination. No matter what seminar I attended or which corner of the library I hid in, he would inevitably appear, always with a gigantic, slightly ridiculous bouquet of roses. "Miss Han," he'd declare, his voice echoing in the quiet halls. "You are my Venus. My muse." "It's a nice sentiment, Mike," I'd reply, trying to hide my amusement. "But I believe Venus is missing an arm." "Then I will be your arm," he'd counter without missing a beat, his grin infectious. He was relentless but never disrespectful. There was a genuine puppy-like enthusiasm to his pursuit that was hard to truly dislike. He was brilliant too. When I hit a roadblock in my research on cellular regeneration, it was Mike who, after hours of his own work, would wander over with a fresh perspective or an obscure journal article that cracked the problem wide open. He was generous with his knowledge, his cheerfulness a constant antidote to the sometimes sterile pressure of the lab. Slowly, grudgingly, I found myself looking forward to his interruptions. The lab felt quieter on the days he was away at a conference. After his 99th failed confession, he staged an elaborate meltdown in the cafeteria, pretending to sob into his lunch tray. "You are so cruel, Sarah," he wailed, drawing stares from everyone. "Can't you just give me one little chance? I promise I will be the best boyfriend. I will learn to cook your favorite foods. I will even stand on my head." I couldn't help it, I laughed. The sound surprised me. It was light and free. "Mike, be serious." "I am serious," he insisted, looking up at me with comically wide, pleading eyes. "I like you. You are smart and beautiful and you have a fire in you. Why will you not let me in?" So I told him the truth. "I can't, Mike. This is temporary for me. I'm going back to China after this." "Well, It wouldn't work." His face lit up as if I'd just presented him with the Nobel Prize. "But this is no problem. Then I will come with you. My parents, they will understand. They love to travel." He grew even more excited. "I could even give myself a Chinese name. How about Maiku? Sounds strong, yes? Like a hero." His sheer, illogical optimism was kind of adorable. He looked so hopeful, so utterly convinced. And I realized, with a start, that I had been using the future as an excuse to protect a heart that was already healing. "Fine," I said, shaking my head with a smile. "One chance. A probationary period. No promises." Mike seized that one chance like a lifeline. For 3 months he was wonderful. He was still his exuberant, over-the-top self, but he was also surprisingly attentive and kind. He learned a few phrases in Mandarin to impress me. He discovered I missed a specific type of street food and spent a weekend trying and failing spectacularly to recreate it in his tiny kitchen. He didn't try to change me or pull me from my work. He simply folded himself into the edges of my life, making it brighter. The night I officially agreed to be his girlfriend, he swept me into a hug so enthusiastic he nearly knocked us both over. Everyone at the institute cheered. Professor Lawrence clapped me on the back, his eyes twinkling. "Sarah, you brilliant girl," he boomed. "You've not only mastered complex cellular biology, you've managed to recruit the youngest, most brilliant PhD in Geneva to defect to our cause. This is a greater contribution to our nation's medical field than any research paper." Everyone laughed. I felt a blush creep up my neck. "Professor, that's a bit much." Mike, however, puffed out his chest. "I am the son-in-law of Hagwo. It is the greatest honor," he declared, and the laughter grew louder. That weekend we went on our first real date, to the movies. It was a silly American comedy, and Mike spent the entire time whispering terrible translations and making me laugh more than the film did. Afterward, he told me to wait outside the cinema while he ran to a nearby shop, promising a surprise. I stood under the neon lights, watching the couple strolling by, feeling a contentment I hadn't known was possible. The past felt like a story I had read about someone else. "Sarah? Is that you?" The voice was a bucket of ice water. Deep, familiar, and utterly out of place. My blood ran cold. I turned slowly. It was Leo. He looked older, haggard. His clothes were rumpled, his face etched with a deep weariness. But his eyes, when they saw me, held a startling, desperate joy. "It really is you," he breathed, stepping forward, his voice trembling. "Sarah, do you have any idea how long I've been looking for you?" He reached out to grab my hand, but I quickly stepped back, my face a mask of disgust. "What are you doing here?" I snapped, the warmth of the evening instantly gone. "Haven't you done enough?" "No, please listen," he rushed, his words tumbling out. "After you left, I had a dream. A vivid dream. We were married. You loved me so much and I I failed you. I was cold. I was distant. I made you so unhappy. His eyes were pleading, haunted. It felt so real, Sarah. It was a warning. I had to find you. I had to make it right. Please forgive me. I stared at him, stunned. A dream? Did a part of him remember? Had our shared tragic past seeped into his subconscious? It didn't matter. The truth was a poison he didn't need to drink. If you really want to make things right, I said, my voice flat and cold, then you'll stay away from me. Forever. Never show your face to me again. Are you still angry about Clara? He asked, desperate. It was her. She was behind everything. The thugs, the lies. She ruined my reputation, tried to force me to marry her. It took months, but I had her arrested for fraud and coercion. I cleared it all up. I'm free now. I'm here for you. I let out a cold, mirthless laugh. The irony was breathtaking. Wow, Leo. You're really something. I was about to throw his diary back in his face, to tell him I knew he'd pine for that terrible person for 30 years, when a voice interrupted us. Sweetheart. I am back. Mike came bounding out of the shop and I nearly choked. He was wearing a full-body shaggy dog costume, complete with floppy ears and a panting tongue. He was holding a massive bouquet of roses. You always say I am like a happy puppy, he said, his voice slightly muffled by the costume head. So tonight I become one for you. Woof. Woof. He wagged the costume's tail enthusiastically. The sheer, glorious absurdity of it shattered the tense atmosphere. I burst out laughing, a real heartfelt laugh, and reached out to pat his furry head. You're impossible. And very cute. Leo's mouth hung open. He looked from me to the giant dogman and back again, utterly bewildered. Sarah, he stammered. Who is this? Mike took off the headpiece, his blonde hair sweaty and sticking up, his face flushed with happiness. He gave a playful wink. Leo, I said, my voice calm and clear, placing a hand gently on Mike's arm. This is Mike. My partner. I paused, meeting Leo's stunned gaze with a steady one of my own. You can call him your brother-in-law. The words hung in the air, a perfect, painful echo of his own words to me a lifetime ago in front of the cinema. Say hello to your sister-in-law. I saw the recognition dawn in his eyes, followed by a wave of humiliation so profound it turned his face a deep, blotchy red. He looked at me, at the genuine affection in my eyes for this ridiculous, wonderful man, and he finally understood. There was no anger left, no second chance waiting. There was just nothing. Without another word, Leo Thomas turned on his heel and fled, disappearing into the dark Geneva night, defeated not by a rival, but by the simple, happy truth of my moving on. I never saw him again. The silence Leo left behind was not an empty one. It was filled with the sound of Mike's laughter, the hum of the centrifuge in the lab, the gentle lapping of Lake Geneva against the shore. His sudden appearance had been a ghost from a tomb I had already sealed shut. After he fled, Mike, still in his dog costume, looked at me with a concern that was both comical and deeply touching. That was the brother? He asked, his head tilted. A chapter from a very old book, I said, taking his paw hand. And it's finally over. Now about this surprise? His grin returned and the moment passed. We spent the rest of the evening walking along the lake, Mike still in his costume, drawing stares and smiles from passers-by. I felt lighter than I had in years. The last thread tying me to my past had been severed. The following 5 years were a symphony of focused work and quiet, growing happiness. Mike was a revelation. His passion for medicine matched my own, but he approached it with a joy and creativity that constantly surprised me. Our research, focused on cellular repair mechanisms in rare genetic diseases, began to gain traction. We became a team in the lab and out of it. He never tried to dim my light. He was my biggest cheerleader, my most constructive critic. We fell into a comfortable rhythm. Mornings were for intense, quiet research. Afternoons were often spent in spirited debates with Professor Lawrence and the rest of the team. Evenings were for us. Long walks, trying new restaurants, or simply curled up on his sofa, reading while his large, gentle hand rested on my foot. There were challenges, of course. The work was hard and setbacks were frequent. There were cultural misunderstandings, moments of homesickness that would sneak up on me when I least expected them. But for the first time I had a true partner to share the burdens with. Mike's solution to my sadness was always action. A sudden trip to the mountains, a disastrous attempt to cook me a Chinese feast, a bouquet of wildflowers picked from a field on the outskirts of the city. He never again asked me if I would stay. Instead, he began studying Mandarin with a fierce determination. He pored over maps of my hometown, asking endless questions about the food, the customs, the medical landscape. His commitment was not a grand gesture, but a quiet, steady dedication. He was building a bridge to my world plank by plank. In the 4th year we had our breakthrough. A combination of my meticulous research and Mike's outside-the-box thinking led to a novel approach to treating a specific debilitating cellular disorder. We published our findings in a leading international journal. The phone began to ring with interview requests. Invitations to speak at conferences around the world flooded in. It was during a press conference in London that a reporter from a major Chinese news outlet approached us. "Dr. Han," he said, "your work is being hailed as a potential game-changer. What's next for your team?" I looked at Mike, who gave me a small, encouraging nod. I turned back to the reporter, my voice clear and confident. "We're going home. Our goal has always been to establish a dedicated research center in China, to bring this work to the patients who need it most." The story was picked up back home. "Hometown hero returns," the headlines read. "Brilliant scientist and her international partner to boost national medical research." We were no longer just researchers. We were a story. A symbol of progress and global collaboration. The final months in Switzerland were a whirlwind of packing, farewell parties, and tying up loose ends. Professor Lawrence, now more a proud grandfather than a mentor, clapped Mike on the back. "You take good care of our Sarah," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "And you, young man, welcome to the family." The flight back to China was a mirror image of the one that had brought me to Switzerland, but the woman looking out the window was unrecognizable from the heartbroken girl of 5 years ago. I was confident, accomplished, and deeply loved. As the plane began its descent, Mike reached over and took my hand. His palm was warm and steady. "Nervous?" he asked. I looked out at the familiar, sprawling landscape of home coming into view. A wave of emotion, pride, hope, a sense of completion washed over me. "No," I said, squeezing his hand. "I'm ready." The airport was nothing like the quiet departure I had made. A small crowd had gathered, university officials, journalists, and a delegation from the Ministry of Health. But my eyes scanned past them, searching for the faces I truly wanted to see. And then I saw them. Hannah and Mark, waving frantically, their 2 young children perched on their shoulders. And standing just behind them, a little more frail, their faces etched with a mixture of pride and regret, were Arthur and Eleanor Thomas. I rushed forward and Hannah enveloped me in a crushing hug. "You did it. You glorious thing, you did it," she squealed. Then I turned to the Thomases. Eleanor's eyes were filled with tears. She opened her arms and I stepped into them without hesitation. "Welcome home, Sarah," she whispered, her voice cracking. "We are so proud of you." Arthur, ever the stern colonel, simply nodded, his hand gripping my shoulder tightly. "Well done, doctor," he said, and the respect in his voice meant more than any headline. As we collected our luggage, I noticed Arthur pull Mike aside. I saw Mike listen intently, then nod, a serious expression on his face. He caught my eye and gave me a small, reassuring smile. Later, in the car heading into the city, I asked him what they had talked about. Mike smiled. He said, "That boy we don't talk about, he made the biggest mistake of his life. Don't you be the second." Mike reached for my hand. I told him I plan on spending the rest of my life making sure I'm not. The city had changed, modernized, but the bones of it were the same. It was familiar yet new. Just like me. We were given a spacious apartment near the new research institute that was being established for our team. That first night, as I stood on the balcony looking out at the glittering lights of the city I had left behind, I felt no bitterness, no regret. Only a profound sense of peace. The past was finally, completely laid to rest. I was home. And my future, bright and full of promise, was just beginning. The welcome was overwhelming. The media dubbed us the power couple of science. Our story, the local girl who went abroad, became a brilliant researcher and brought back a world-class scientist, was a narrative the public loved. Mike, with his blonde hair, easy smile, and comically earnest attempts to use chopsticks, became an instant celebrity. Our days were a whirlwind. Establishing the research center was all-consuming. There were budgets to approve, staff to hire, equipment to import. We worked 16-hour days, fueled by cheap takeout and a shared sense of purpose. Mike adapted with an astonishing ease, his charm and genuine passion winning over even the most skeptical bureaucrats. It was after a long day of interviews that we finally had our first television special. We sat on a brightly lit set, a famous host smiling at us. "Dr. Han," she said, "your journey is an inspiration." And Mike, what's the secret? How did you manage to win over our brilliant Dr. Han? Mike, without a hint of embarrassment, grinned into the camera. It was simple. I chased her with sheer shameless persistence. The audience laughed. I decided I would ask her to be my girlfriend 100 times. On the 99th time she finally said yes. So my advice to everyone? Never give up. I laughed beside him, shaking my head. He's still just as cheeky as ever. The host turned to me. And you, Dr. Han? You've achieved so much. What's next? I looked into the camera, feeling the weight of the moment. This center is just the beginning. We have a responsibility to the patients waiting for answers. Our work isn't about fame, it's about giving people their lives back. The segment was a huge success. But fame, I quickly learned, was a double-edged sword. It opened doors, but it also meant our lives were no longer entirely our own. A few weeks after the show aired, I was scrolling through a news site when a small, grainy photo in the corner of the screen caught my eye. It was a picture of a man sitting on a park bench, looking haggard and much older than his years. The caption read, "Former military captain seen struggling after release from short stint in rehabilitation." It was Leo. My breath hitched. I quickly closed the browser, my heart pounding. I hadn't thought of him in months. The article suggested his life had spiraled after I left. A discharge from the military, rumors of drinking, a failed attempt to start a business. A part of me, the part that had loved him for a lifetime, ached with a distant, pitying sorrow. But the larger part of me felt nothing but a grim confirmation. The man who had built his life on a lie had seen that foundation crumble. I never mentioned the article to Mike. There was no need. Leo was a ghost and I refused to let him haunt my new life. The real challenge came from an unexpected direction. My very public success, it seemed, was a stone thrown into the stagnant pond of my extended family. Distant aunts and uncles who had offered little comfort after my parents' death suddenly reappeared, full of praise and thinly veiled requests for favors. They clucked over Mike like he was an exotic pet, offering unsolicited advice on how he should behave in China. The most awkward encounter was with my paternal uncle, a man who had always been dismissive of my ambitions. He showed up at the research center one day unannounced. "Sarah," he said, puffing out his chest. "I always knew you had it in you. Now about your cousin, he's a very bright boy. Needs a good position. I'm sure you can find a place for him here." I looked at him, at the arrogance that had not dimmed with time. "Uncle," I said calmly, "hiring is based on merit and conducted by a committee. Your son is welcome to apply like everyone else." His face fell, then hardened. "After all I've done for you? This is how you repay family." "You did nothing for me," I said, my voice cold and final. "The people who did are the ones I owe. Now if you'll excuse me, I have work to do." It was liberating. For the first time I had the power to set boundaries, to say no. I was no longer the orphan girl to be pitied or managed. I was Dr. Han. Months turned into a year. The center was running smoothly. Our research was gaining international acclaim. One evening Mike and I were working late when he looked up from his microscope, a strange expression on his face. "Sarah," he said, "I got a letter today. From my parents." My heart sank. I had been waiting for this. The other shoe to drop. "And?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He walked over and handed me a photograph. It showed an elderly couple with kind smiles, standing in front of the Eiffel Tower. They were holding a sign that read, "Welcome to the family, Sarah. See you soon." "They've booked tickets," Mike said, his eyes shining. "They're coming for a visit. For 3 months. They want to meet the woman who finally made an honest man out of their son." The relief was so profound it made me dizzy. I laughed, tears pricking my eyes. 3 months. Are you sure? I warned them, Mike said, pulling me into a hug. I told them you're a brilliant, busy woman and I'm a nuisance. They said they wouldn't miss it for the world. As I looked at the photo of these two strangers who were soon to be family, I realized the final piece of my new life had clicked into place. It wasn't just about career success or even romantic love. It was about building a new family, one chosen not out of obligation but out of love and mutual respect. The shadow of the past had well and truly receded, replaced by the bright, warm light of a future I had built with my own two hands. The 3-month visit from Mike's parents was a chaotic, joyful immersion into a new kind of family life. His mother, Isabel, was a retired music teacher with a bubbling laugh and an insatiable curiosity about everything Chinese. His father, Jean-Pierre, was a quiet, thoughtful man who spent hours in the market, pointing at vegetables and asking vendors their names, diligently writing them down in a small notebook. They didn't treat me like a celebrity scientist or a foreign novelty. They treated me like their son's beloved. Isabel taught me how to make a perfect tarte tatin in my own kitchen, and I taught her how to fold dumplings. Jean-Pierre, upon learning of my parents' passing, took my hand one evening and said in halting English, "You have been very brave. Now you have us." Their acceptance was the final healing balm on an old wound. When they left, there were tears and promises of return. The apartment felt too quiet without them. Life settled into a new, deeper rhythm. The research center became a world-renowned institution. We trained a new generation of brilliant young doctors and researchers. Mike and I fell into the comfortable patterns of a long-married couple, our passion now expressed in quiet, mochi, tacit understanding. A shared look over a breakthrough in the data, a hand on the back after a difficult day. Years flowed by like a river. We never had children of our own. Our work, our students, became our legacy. We were too busy, we told each other, and it was true. But we never regretted it. Our lives were full. It was on a bright autumn morning on the 10th anniversary of the center's founding that the call came. I was in my office reviewing a grant proposal when my assistant burst in, her face pale. "Dr. Hahn, it's the committee. From Stockholm." My hands stilled. Mike, who had been dozing on the sofa in the corner, sat bolt upright. The voice on the phone was formal, accented. "Dr. Sarah Hahn? I have the great honor to inform you that you and Dr. Michael Levine have been awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine for your groundbreaking work on cellular regeneration." The room swam. I heard Mike's sharp intake of breath. The voice continued, but the words were a blur. "The highest accolade. The ultimate recognition." I managed to stammer my thanks and hung up, my hands trembling. Mike was on his feet, his eyes wide. "Sarah? Was that?" I could only nod. For a moment we just stared at each other, the magnitude of it too immense to process. Then a slow, brilliant smile spread across Mike's face. He didn't whoop or shout. He simply walked over, took my face in his hands and kissed me gently. "For you," he whispered. "All of it. For you." The news exploded. The center erupted in celebration. The phone rang incessantly. We were swept into a new whirlwind, but this one was different. It was a culmination. The award ceremony in Stockholm was a surreal dream. Dressed in a formal gown, standing in the grand hall, I listened as our life's work was described to the world. When they called our names, Mike took my arm. As we walked forward, the applause washing over us, I wasn't thinking of the prize. I was thinking of a young, heartbroken girl tearing up an application form in a quiet house. I was thinking of my parents and hoping somehow they could see this. After the ceremony, there was a formal banquet. An elderly journalist managed to corner us. "Dr. Hahn," he said, "your story is one of incredible perseverance. From personal hardship to the pinnacle of science. What would you say to the young version of yourself, the one who was suffering?" I looked at Mike, then back at the journalist, the lights of the hall glittering around us. "I would tell her," I said, my voice clear and steady, "that the love you think defines you is only a part of you. Don't shrink your soul to fit a life that's too small for you. Your destiny is not a person. It's the purpose you find when you are brave enough to live for yourself." Later that night, as we stood on our hotel balcony looking out at the frozen city, Mike wrapped his arms around me. "You were magnificent," he murmured into my hair. I leaned back against him, feeling the solid, steady beat of his heart. The past was a closed book. The present was a gift. And the future? The future was a promise we had already kept. We had built a life. We had made a difference. And in the end, that was a legacy worth more than any prize, a love story more enduring than any I could have imagined as a girl. It was my story. And it was only just the beginning. The end.
George, I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? I put down my paintbrush and looked at my friend Frank. He stood at the studio door with a mysterious air, his face a mix of nervousness and excitement. Let's start with the bad news. After all, I've gotten used to it these past 3 years. Your painting, Eternity, just sold for a sky-high price. Over $6 million. I frowned. How is that bad news? Frank chuckled. Because it's actually part of the good news. The bad news is, buddy, you might need to see a psychiatrist. What do you mean? A woman who looks exactly like Mary showed up at your art exhibition. I almost thought I was seeing a ghost. The paintbrush slipped from my hand and fell to the floor, splattering paint across the unfinished canvas. Mary, my late wife, died 3 years ago after accidentally falling off a cliff. I watched with my own eyes as her body was pulled from the water. In that moment, my world completely collapsed. Stop joking around, Frank. Why would I lie to you? She even left this. Frank handed me a note, with an address and a time written on it. My hand trembled slightly. The handwriting was exactly the same as Mary's. That night, I waited until midnight at the designated cafe. Just as I was about to leave, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Mary? No, it couldn't be her. But every gesture of that woman, from the tips of her hair to her fingertips, was a shadow of Mary. George, it's been a long time. She sat across from me, and the familiar voice nearly made my heart stop. Who are you? I struggled to remain calm. I'm Mary, your wife. She smiled and reached out her hand. There was a scar on her palm, the mark Mary got when she accidentally cut herself on glass at 15. Impossible. Mary is already dead. She laughed softly. That was just an accident. I fell off the cliff and was saved by a reclusive old doctor. I lost my memory from the injuries and only recently remembered everything. As she spoke, tears began to fall with an expression I knew all too well, the look Mary wore whenever she felt wronged. I know it's hard to believe, but I really am Mary. I couldn't believe my eyes. The shade of lipstick Mary loved most, the faint little mole beneath her left ear, the unconscious habit of rubbing her ring while speaking. Everything was so familiar. Are you really Mary? She nodded and took a small box out of her bag. This is the proof. Inside the box was the first piece of jewelry Mary ever designed. A sapphire ring, the only one of its kind, never mass-produced. I brought it with me that day because I wanted to surprise you. I suddenly stood up and pulled her into my arms. 3 years of longing surged over me like a tide. I held her tightly, afraid that if I let go, she would disappear again. On the way home, she told me about her experiences over the past 3 years. She was rescued by an old doctor in the mountains, lost her memory due to a severe head injury, and lived in a remote mountain village for more than 2 years. It wasn't until she happened to see a poster for my art exhibition that her memory gradually returned. The next day, I took her to see Frank. Oh my God, it really is you, Mary. Frank stared in astonishment, eyes wide. Frank, it's been a long time. She greeted him with a smile, exactly as I remembered. Frank pulled me aside and whispered, Man, this is unbelievable, but I really believe it's her. Who else but Mary could call me by my childhood nickname so accurately? That was something only the two of you knew. A week later, Mary officially returned. We held a small welcome party for her. Her mother was so overwhelmed that she fainted, and when she woke up, she clung to her daughter and refused to let go. But that night, I noticed the first sign that something was off. Mary never ate mangoes because she was severely allergic. Yet the returned Mary absent-mindedly tasted a mango dessert and was perfectly fine. Aren't you allergic to mangoes? I asked. She paused for a moment, then quickly laughed and said, Oh, that old Chinese doctor cured my allergy. He's really amazing. I nodded, but in my heart, I marked the first question mark. Is this really my wife? A month passed quickly, and Mary blended perfectly into our lives. She knew the location of every item in the house, remembered our shared memories, and could even accurately name friends we hadn't contacted in years. But those subtle feelings of discord kept growing. For example, the real Mary liked to listen to classical music, especially Debussy, while designing jewelry. But she would always unconsciously hum along to pop songs. Mary always habitually used her left hand to hold chopsticks, even though she knew it was wrong. She just couldn't change. But she was a standard right-handed user. The most obvious difference appeared that night when I accidentally caught her smoking in the bedroom. The real Mary hated the smell of smoke. Even when I came home from social events with a faint scent of cigarettes, she would frown. When did you start smoking? I stood at the doorway, my voice soft. She was clearly startled, hastily snuffing out the cigarette. This is a herbal cigarette for treating insomnia, prescribed by an old Chinese doctor. I nodded, not pressing further, but the doubts in my heart only grew deeper. The next day, I went to find Frank. Help me check if, in the past 3 years, plastic surgery technology has advanced enough to achieve this level. Frank's eyes widened. You mean, she's not Mary? I'm not sure, but there are always some things that don't add up. 2 days later, Frank brought news. High-end plastic surgery can make faces look similar, but it can't replicate the exact placement of scars or moles. And there's a limit to how well someone can imitate a voice. What if it was a twin? Frank shook his head. Mary is an only child. We all know that. I decided not to show my feelings for now and to keep observing. A week later, Mary's mother came to my house with astonishing news. George, Mary is going to have a baby, my mother-in-law told me excitedly. I stood there stunned. Before we got married, Mary had been diagnosed with uterine hypoplasia. The doctor had made it clear she could never get pregnant. This was our shared secret. Not even my mother-in-law knew. How do you know that? I managed to ask. Mary told me this morning. She said she already had a checkup. It's been 2 months. My mother-in-law happily grabbed my hand. It's a blessing from above. Mary survived death, and now she can bring us new life. My heart sank to the bottom. This absolutely could not be Mary. That night, I dug out the hospital's diagnosis certificate in my study, which clearly stated the condition of Mary's uterus. But when I wanted to talk to Mary about it, I found her in the bedroom, excitedly discussing the decoration of the nursery with my mother-in-law. Mary, could you come here for a moment? I called her calmly. She followed me into the study, still wearing a blissful smile on her face. Did you forget about this? I handed her the diagnosis certificate. She took it and glanced at it, her face instantly turning pale. George, I can explain. Explain what? Explain that you're not Mary at all. Mother-in-law heard the commotion and walked in. What's going on with you two? Mom, take a look at this. I handed her the proof. My mother-in-law read it, then looked at Mary in astonishment. What's going on? Mary, you can't have children. Of course she can, I sneered, because she's not Mary at all. My mother-in-law's face changed dramatically. What nonsense are you talking about? I can explain. She hurriedly grabbed my mother-in-law's hand. That old Chinese doctor not only saved my life, but also cured my uterine problem. It's a miracle, truly. My mother-in-law looked at me, then at her, hesitating. George, you're being too paranoid. My mother-in-law finally took her daughter's side. Mary has come back with great difficulty. You should cherish her, not doubt her. Yes, George, I know this is hard to accept, but miracles do happen. Tears welled up in her eyes. Haven't we always wanted a child? Now we can finally have our own baby. I looked at her face, identical to Mary's. Yet I became more certain in my heart. This woman was not my wife. All right, I believe you. I smiled, deciding to go along with their story for now. Let's wait together for this miracle to happen. That night, I secretly contacted a private detective. My mother-in-law gladly accepted her daughter's explanation, even suggesting she move in with us to take care of Mary during her pregnancy. Outwardly, I agreed, but inside I grew even more wary. This was no coincidence. There had to be some kind of plot. Mom, haven't you always lived in Haicheng? Won't it be hard to get used to living here? I probed cautiously. For my grandson, I'm willing to endure any inconvenience, my mother-in-law said firmly. I noticed a fleeting unnatural expression on Mary's face. Could the truth be connected to my mother-in-law? On the 3rd day after my mother-in-law moved in, I discovered more suspicious details. For example, the real Mary never drank coffee, but she and my mother-in-law often enjoyed it together. Also, Mary's favorite movie was Roman Holiday, but she claimed to prefer Titanic. The strangest thing is, Mary used to despise her cousin Tom when she was alive, but now he visits frequently and chats and laughs with Mary as if they're old friends. I told Frank about these discoveries. Buddy, things are getting more and more suspicious, Frank frowned. Are you sure you want to keep going like this? Why not just expose her directly? It's not the right time yet. I want to find out what they're really after. The private detective's investigation also made progress. The so-called old Chinese doctor who had saved Mary did not exist at all, and Mary's whereabouts over the past 3 years were completely untraceable. More importantly, the private detective uncovered a shocking fact during the investigation. Mary's cousin Tom was deeply in debt from gambling, and the painting Eternity under my name, worth over $6 million, was his only hope for quick cash. They're after your painting, the private detective asserted, and this fake Mary is likely a professional identity fraudster, hired to win your trust. I took a deep breath and decided to take the initiative. That afternoon, I pretended to go out, but secretly returned home and hid in the study. Sure enough, Mary and her cousin Tom were whispering to each other in the living room. "It's taking too long," Tom said irritably. "How much longer until he sells the painting?" "Don't worry," she soothed him. "I'm already pregnant, and now he completely believes I'm Mary. In a little while, I'll say I want to move to a better neighborhood for the sake of the baby, and then we'll naturally need to sell the painting to raise money." "You're really pregnant?" "That wasn't part of the plan. It was an accident, but it works to our advantage. George wants a child so badly." "Does Annie know the truth?" "She only knows we're trying to scam money, not the specific plan. But she hates George, thinks he caused her daughter's death, so she's more than happy to help." I clenched my fists. So my mother-in-law had always believed that Mary's accident was somehow my fault. In fact, we did argue over something trivial that day, and Mary stormed out in anger. I didn't try to stop her. But I never imagined it would be the last time I'd see her. "You don't actually have feelings for George, do you?" Tom suddenly asked. She was silent for a moment. "It's just part of the job. Besides, I owe you, and I won't go back on my word." "Good then. Don't forget how we're splitting the money once we get it." Their conversation confirmed my suspicions. This was all an elaborate scheme, with my eternity as the target. In the days that followed, I pretended everything was normal while secretly making preparations. I contacted the police, arranged for evidence-gathering equipment, and found the last piece Mary had left before she died, a silver necklace that had never been made public, engraved with an anniversary date only the two of us knew. 2 weeks later, my art exhibition was held as scheduled. As planned, Mary brought up the idea of moving, hinting that I could sell Eternity. I pretended to agree and said I would auction the painting on the last day of the exhibition. "This is a surprise I prepared for you," I said on the eve of the exhibition, taking out a delicate box. "To celebrate the new life we're about to begin." She opened the box in surprise, and inside was the silver necklace. "It's beautiful, thank you." She smiled as she prepared to put it on. "Wait," I stopped her. "Aren't you going to look at the engraving on the back?" She turned the necklace over, and her face suddenly went pale. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" I asked, feigning ignorance. "No, I really like it. It's just, I'm a bit moved." She forced a smile, but didn't know how to explain that she couldn't recognize the significance of that date. "See you tomorrow. Get some good rest, and don't forget to wear this necklace." I kissed her forehead and whispered in her ear, "After all, this is your final design." Her body visibly stiffened for a moment, but she kept smiling. "Of course, I cherish it very much. Tomorrow, the truth will come to light." On the day of the exhibition, the place was packed with people. My painting, Eternity, was displayed in the most prominent spot, right next to the last batch of jewelry designs Mary had created before her death. Mary held my arm, flawlessly playing the role of my wife as always. She had even gone out of her way to wear Mary's favorite white dress and the silver necklace I had given her last night. My mother-in-law and Tom were there too. The three of them exchanged glances from time to time, clearly waiting for the perfect moment. Frank appeared as planned, pretending to be extremely interested in Eternity and asking me about the auction details. "The auction will begin promptly at 4 in the afternoon," I replied with a smile. "This painting means a great deal to me, and I hope it finds someone who truly appreciates it." Mary immediately chimed in. "Yes, although it's hard to part with it, this is a necessary decision for our future." I noticed she glanced at Tom, who gave a barely perceptible nod. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the projector in the center of the exhibition hall lit up. This was the special segment I had arranged. "Ladies and gentlemen, I stood in front of Eternity. Before the auction begins, I'd like to share a little story about this painting." Mary's photo appeared on the projection screen, a group picture from her last birthday party before she passed away. 3 years ago, my wife Mary died in an accident. I created this painting, Eternity, in her memory. The woman in the painting has her back to the viewer, forever gazing into the distance, symbolizing a longing I can never reach. A soft sigh rippled through the crowd. Mary stood beside me, matching my words with a sorrowful expression. However, a month ago, a miracle happened. I turned to look at Mary. My wife came back. The whole room erupted in astonishment, and many people curiously sized up, Mary. This is my wife, Mary. I took her hand and stepped forward. Back from the dead, it's truly the greatest blessing heaven could have given me. She smiled and nodded to everyone, while my mother-in-law and Tom stood by with smug expressions. However, my tone suddenly shifted. Amidst my joy, a question arose. Is she really Mary? The entire room fell silent. Mary's hand trembled slightly in my palm. So, I did some investigating. The projector switched to a set of comparison photos. On the left was the real Mary. On the right was a photo of her. They look exactly the same, don't they? But I clicked the remote, and the photo was enlarged, the details highlighted. The position of the piercing on the left ear was slightly different, the arch of the eyebrows subtly varied, and the fine lines at the corners of the eyes ran in different directions. These are details that even professional plastic surgery cannot fully replicate. Mary tried to pull her hand away, but I held on tightly. My mother-in-law and Tom also began to grow anxious, glancing toward the exit. More importantly, the real Mary has a feature that cannot be copied. I turned to Mary. The necklace I gave you last night has a date engraved on the back. Can you tell everyone what that date is? She opened her mouth, but no words came out. That was the due date of our first child, the one we lost. I spoke softly, my voice trembling with emotion. Mary designed this necklace to commemorate the baby we never got to meet. The date was our secret, only Mary and I knew. The room fell utterly silent. Mary turned deathly pale, my mother-in-law's eyes widened, and Tom had already started edging toward the door. What surprised me even more, I continued, was that the real Mary could never get pregnant due to an underdeveloped uterus. Yet this, Mary claims she's already 2 months along. I let go of her hand and took a step back. So, who are you really? A flicker of despair flashed in Mary's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. I am Mary, it's just that old Chinese doctor. The non-existent old Chinese doctor, right? I sneered. Just like the non-existent amnesia, the non-existent miraculous recovery. I turned toward the projection screen. Let's see the truth. The screen played the secretly recorded video of her conversation with Tom, their discussion on how to swindle eternity, clearly audible. This isn't. She tried to explain, but my mother-in-law had already rushed forward. Who are you really? My mother-in-law screamed. You're not my daughter? Auntie, stop pretending, I said calmly. You know she's not Mary. You just wanted to get back at me, didn't you? My mother-in-law's face turned pale. I didn't know she was going to impersonate Mary. Tom just said he needed help to scam some money. Police. Don't move. Several plainclothes officers emerged from the crowd, blocking Tom as he tried to escape. Amid the chaos, Mary took the opportunity to shove me aside and run toward the exit. I chased after her and caught up in the parking lot. Tell me, who are you really? She finally stopped, turned to face me, tears welling in her eyes. My name is Luna. I'm an actress. Tom found me and said if I helped trick you out of a painting, he'd give me $1 million. I needed the money for my sister's medical treatment. Why did they choose me? Why Mary? She shook her head. I don't know. They gave me a lot of information, photos, videos, even your chat logs. I was just following the script. The police arrived and took her away. I stood where I was, gazing at the distant sky, my heart a tumult of emotions. Back in the exhibition hall, the crowd had already dispersed, leaving only Frank and a few police officers. It's all been cleared up, Frank walked over. Tom owed money to loan sharks and was desperate. Your mother-in-law always resented you for not saving Mary, so she helped them plan the whole thing. I walked up to eternity, gently caressing the back of the woman in the painting. Mary, I can finally give you an answer. The police left with the evidence. Frank patted me on the shoulder. What do you plan to do next? I took a deep breath. Prepare for the final painting. What will it be called? The Pursuit, I said softly. This time, I'll paint her face, not just her back. After the case was solved, my life seemed to return to where it was 3 years ago. Eternity was temporarily held by the court as crucial evidence. Tom and Luna were arrested for fraud, and my mother-in-law was investigated as an accomplice. The prosecution wants you to testify in court, the officer called to inform me. The trial is scheduled for early next month. I agreed, though I was utterly exhausted inside. After exposing the deception, I thought I would feel the thrill of revenge, but what I felt instead was a profound emptiness. Those days spent with Mary that month had allowed me to feel a trace of warmth in life again, even if that warmth was born of lies. Frank often came to see me, worried I might fall into despair once more. I told him not to worry, that I was working on a new piece, The Pursuit. Are you really going to paint Mary's face from the front? Frank asked curiously. For the past 3 years, you've always refused to do that. It's time, I replied. We can't live in the past forever. I moved out of the apartment I had shared with Mary and returned to the old house in the suburbs, the place where the real Mary and I had first made our home. The dust-laden memories in the house brought me both pain and comfort. Mary's studio remained just as she had left it, design sketches scattered across the table, unfinished jewelry drafts pinned to the drawing board. One afternoon, while sorting through Mary's belongings, I discovered an encrypted external hard drive. After several attempts, I finally unlocked it using our wedding anniversary as the password. Inside were backups of Mary's design works, along with some personal photos and videos. One folder in particular caught my attention. Inside a folder named Plan was a series of jewelry design sketches, labeled George's Birthday Special Project. It was then I remembered that, in the months before Mary passed away, she often spoke mysteriously about giving me an unparalleled birthday surprise. Leafing through these design drafts, I couldn't help but be moved to tears. Mary had planned to design a jewelry collection inspired by my paintings over the years, with each piece corresponding to a representative work from my artistic career. The last page was a sketch of a ring, with a dark red stone set in the center, its edges adorned with tiny diamonds, closely resembling the sunrise in my early work, Dawn. This is blood amber? I examined the notes carefully, confirming the name of this rare gemstone. Mary's designs had always been bold, but blood amber is extremely rare in the Chinese market, almost impossible to acquire. How did she obtain such a material? As I continued searching, I found a series of email correspondence screenshots. Mary had actually contacted a gemstone dealer in Myanmar, commissioning the blood amber specifically for this ring. The last email showed that the gem had already been shipped, but the date was exactly 1 week before Mary's death. I immediately called Frank. Help me check if there was a package sent from Myanmar 3 years ago, addressed to Mary. 2 days later, Frank brought news. The package did exist, but since no one signed for it, it was returned. However, according to the shipping records, it was resent a month ago, this time addressed to you. What? I was completely confused. I haven't received any package. Check your old apartment? Frank suggested. Back at my old apartment, the manager told me there was indeed a package, but it had been signed for by Mary. She said it was a surprise for you, so she didn't notify you, the manager explained. This meant Luna had taken the blood amber. I rushed to the detention center and requested to see Luna. Separated by glass, she looked much more haggard than the last time we met, but still wore that face so similar to Mary's. What are you doing here? She asked coldly. A month ago, you signed for a package from Myanmar. There was a blood amber inside. I want to know where it is. She looked surprised. How did you know? Tom asked me to sign for it. He said it was some precious gem. He took it. My heart sank. Tom was deep in gambling debt. A precious blood amber would be a windfall for him. He had probably sold it long ago. That blood amber is very important to me, I said softly. It was the last gift my wife left me. Luna was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, maybe it's not that bad. Tom said the stone has flaws, its value is greatly reduced, and he hasn't found a suitable buyer yet. Hope was rekindled. If Tom hadn't sold the blood amber yet, maybe there was still a chance to get it back. Do you know where he might hide it? Luna hesitated for a moment. He has a safe deposit box in a self-storage facility on the east side of the city. After getting the address, I immediately contacted the officer in charge of the case and explained the situation. Since Tom was involved in a large sum of money, the police quickly approved the search request. Mr. George, we've found the safe deposit box, the officer said over the phone. Inside, we did find the blood amber you described, as well as some other evidence. A few hours later, I retrieved the blood amber at the police station. It was even more beautiful than I had imagined. Within the dark red core, wisps of mist seemed to swirl, shifting strangely under the light. This was the birthday gift Mary had so carefully chosen for me, waiting for 3 years. Back home, I carefully placed the blood amber beside the canvas of the pursuit. The painting was already more than half finished, Mary's face emerging from the blur into clarity, yet it still felt like something was missing. Watching the blood amber glimmer faintly under the light, I suddenly understood how I should complete the painting. The creation of the pursuit entered its final stage. I decided to break convention and incorporate the blood amber into the artwork. This would not only be a portrait, but a hybrid piece that fused painting with the art of jewelry. Are you sure you want to do this? Frank frowned. That blood amber is priceless. That's exactly why, I said firmly. Mary chose it for me. She wanted to inspire an unparalleled masterpiece. I will fulfill her wish. For 2 whole weeks, I worked day and night, neglecting sleep and food. I cut the blood amber into thin slices and inlaid them at the spot of Mary's eyes on the canvas, making her gaze truly come alive. I used a special technique to blend the surrounding paint, creating a harmonious transition with the gemstone. From certain angles, the entire painting seemed to be imbued with life, and Mary's expression would shift depending on where the viewer stood. On the day I finished the piece, Frank brought news. Luna had been sentenced to 3 years in prison, but due to her good attitude in confessing, she might serve only 1.5 years. Tom, involved in multiple fraud cases, was sentenced to 7 years. My mother-in-law, as an accomplice, received a suspended sentence. The case is finally over, Frank said. Are you planning to exhibit your painting? Yes. Next month there will be a solo exhibition at the National Art Museum, and The Pursuit will be the grand finale. The curator couldn't stop praising this piece, believing it represents the innovative direction of contemporary art and marks the pinnacle of my career. Indeed, this painting, which incorporates Mary's jewelry design concepts, is in some sense a creation we made together. On the eve of the exhibition, I checked the arrangement in the gallery alone one last time, making sure every piece was perfectly lit and positioned. When I reached The Pursuit, I couldn't help but stop and gaze at it. Mary's face was vividly lifelike, her eyes inlaid with blood amber gleaming under the spotlight, as if she were smiling at me. For the first time in 3 years, I faced her directly, no longer painting only her back. Mr. George, a stranger's voice called from behind. Sorry to disturb you, but the gallery has been cleared. He turned around to see a young woman dressed in the museum's staff uniform. And you are? I'm the new curator, responsible for security in your exhibition area, she explained with a smile. I really like your work, especially this piece, The Pursuit. Thank you. I nodded. I'll be leaving soon. She didn't leave, but continued to gaze at the painting. That red gem is beautiful, almost as if it's alive. It's blood amber, I explained, a very rare gemstone. I know, she said softly, top-grade blood amber from Myanmar, containing plant fossils, extremely rare. I looked at her in surprise. You know a lot about jewelry? She smiled. I studied jewelry design. I'm just working part-time here. For some reason, Mary suddenly came to mind. She, too, had an almost obsessive passion for and expertise in gemstones. If you don't mind me asking, who is the woman in this painting? She asked. My wife, I replied. She passed away 3 years ago. She was a jewelry designer. I'm very sorry, she said sincerely, then gestured toward the blood amber. This gem must mean a great deal to you. It was the last birthday gift she chose for me before she died, but I only found it recently. She nodded thoughtfully. Setting it into her portrait is the best way to remember her. For some reason, talking with this unfamiliar woman brought me a strange sense of calm. Perhaps it was her love for jewelry that reminded me of Mary. Sorry, I have to continue my rounds. She glanced at her watch. See you tomorrow, Mr. George. See you tomorrow, I replied, watching her leave. On the way home, I felt an unusual peace. The completion of The Pursuit seemed to mark the end of my search for Mary as well. Not forgetting, but remembering her forever in another way. The next day, the exhibition's opening ceremony attracted numerous figures from the art world and the media. The Pursuit undoubtedly became the center of attention, with people marveling at this innovative form of artistic expression. Amid the crowd, I noticed that curator standing aside, watching as well. Sunlight streamed through the skylight of the gallery, falling upon her, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw Mary's shadow. No, I shook my head, warning myself not to be deceived by mere resemblance. There would never be another Mary in this world, just as there would never be another unique blood amber. After the exhibition, the pursuit was purchased by an anonymous collector for an astronomical price. I donated all the proceeds to a foundation supporting students in jewelry design, establishing a scholarship in Mary's name. Life slowly moved forward, and I began to accept new commissions and create new works. Occasionally, I would think of that curator with a unique insight into jewelry, wondering if she was still working at the art museum. Until one day, I received an email from HL. There were no words, only an image. A sketch of a ring design, the style strikingly similar to Mary's unfinished series. My heart raced as I replied immediately. Who is this? The response came quickly. Yesterday, you brushed past me by the cafe on the street corner, but you didn't recognize me. If you want to know more, wait for me at the museum entrance at noon tomorrow. Is it that librarian? How could she have a design so reminiscent of Mary's style? Filled with anxiety and anticipation, I decided to accept the invitation and find out for myself. The next day at noon, I arrived at the art museum half an hour early. The sun was shining, and small groups of visitors were coming and going from the exhibition hall. But there was no sign of the mysterious person. Just as I began to suspect this might be some kind of prank, a faint trace of perfume drifted by, a scent unfamiliar to me, yet it inexplicably reminded me of Mary. Mr. George, thank you for coming. The voice behind me made me turn around. It was the curator. Today, she wasn't wearing her uniform, but a simple white dress, completely different from Mary's style when she was alive. Did you send the email? I asked directly. She nodded. There are some things I want to tell you, but not here. Will you come with me? We walked through the small park beside the art museum and arrived at a secluded cafe. The whole time, I kept observing her. Her mannerisms, the way she walked, none of it resembled Mary. Yet her sensitivity to detail and her focused attention gave me a strange sense of familiarity. Who are you, really? The moment we sat down, I couldn't wait to ask. My name is Nicole. She looked me straight in the eye. I'm Mary's student. This answer caught me off guard. Mary had indeed taught jewelry design part-time at the Design Academy before she passed away, but she had never mentioned having any particularly close students. I took her advanced design class the year before she passed, Nicole explained. Her guidance benefited me for a lifetime. That still doesn't explain why your designs resemble her style so much, I said, half convinced. Nicole took a folder out of her bag. These are all notes from Ms. Nicole's class and her feedback on my work. You can look at the handwriting and confirm that it's really hers. I carefully examined the materials. It was indeed Mary's handwriting. There were even traces of the pale purple ink she habitually used. Before Ms. Nicole passed away, she was guiding me on my graduation project, Nicole continued. The theme was interwoven light and shadow, blending Eastern and Western aesthetic elements. She gave me a lot of valuable advice, and even showed me a sketch from a private project she was working on at the time. George's special birthday project? I blurted out. Nicole's eyes widened in surprise. You know about it? I only found out recently. I briefly explained the origin of the blood amber. I knew that blood amber would eventually find its way back to you, Nicole said with a smile. Nicole always said it was a destined gift. Is that why you contacted me? Because you saw the blood amber? Nicole was silent for a moment, as if choosing her words carefully. Not entirely. After Nicole passed away, I've been trying to carry on the design philosophy she taught me. Some time ago, I happened to see the news about your eternity being stolen, and then I saw someone impersonating Nicole. I thought I should tell you a few things. She took a letter out of her bag. This is the last letter Nicole gave me after class before she passed away. She said if her surprise plan went smoothly, I should show you this letter. If anything went wrong and she was gone, I should still make sure you see it. I took the envelope. It was indeed Mary's handwriting, and it read, "To my dearest husband." The envelope had already been opened. I didn't know what was in the letter at the time. I just kept it as Nicole instructed, Nicole explained. It wasn't until I saw the news that I opened it. I hope you won't blame me. I carefully took out the letter paper and unfolded it to read. Dear George, if you are reading this letter, perhaps my surprise plan has gone awry. Don't worry, it's just that the plan has changed, and the form of the gift may be different now. The blood amber I picked for you is said to be known as the Eye of Rebirth. Legend has it that looking at the world through it reveals truths that are often overlooked. I hope it can become a turning point in your artistic career, leading you to see new possibilities. All these years, your paintings have always depicted backs, as if you're afraid to face something head-on. I hope this gemstone will give you the courage to paint the front, to capture true emotions. No matter what happens, please remember, love does not disappear, it merely changes form, like this blood amber, which, after millions of years, transforms from resin into a gem, yet still shines. Forever loving you, Mary. The handwriting became a bit messy at the end, as if written in a hurry. I stroked the paper, as if I could feel Mary's emotions at that moment. Thank you, I said, my voice choked with emotion. This means a lot to me. You're welcome. I'm just fulfilling Ms. Nicole's request, Nicole said with a smile. Actually, there's one more thing I'd like to ask your help with. What is it? I'd like to apply for the Mary Scholarship you established, she said, taking a design portfolio out of her bag. This is my graduation project, combining Ms. Nicole's ideas with my own innovations. As I flipped through the portfolio, I was surprised to find that while these designs bore traces of Mary's influence, they also possessed a unique style and innovative touches. In particular, a series called Metamorphosis cleverly combined jewelry with transformable elements, allowing the pieces to change form according to the wearer's mood and occasion. This is outstanding, I praised sincerely. Mary would be proud of you. A hint of joy flashed in Nicole's eyes. Really? I've always worried I couldn't live up to her expectations. You've already moved beyond the learning stage and developed your own style. That's exactly what she hoped to see. As we talked, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Nicole. In that moment, I seemed to understand something. When Mary spoke of love changing its form, perhaps she wasn't just referring to the blood amber, but also to her passion for art and its legacy. Luna tried to impersonate Mary by mimicking her appearance, but she could never truly replicate who she was. Nicole, on the other hand, looked nothing like Mary, yet she inherited a part of her artistic vision and spirit. Perhaps this is the true gift Mary left me, not the blood amber, but a new possibility, a path out of the past. Nicole's graduation exhibition was held in a small gallery. Though the space was modest, it was exquisitely arranged. Her works were divided into 3 series, representing the past, the present, and the future, forming a complete narrative. This is a brilliant idea, I sincerely praised. From tradition to contemporary and then to the future, it showcases the evolution and possibilities of jewelry design. Nicole smiled and nodded. This was inspired by teacher Nicole. She always says that good design should look back at history, be grounded in the present, and look forward to the future. As I walked through the exhibition hall, I noticed a special display case in the corner, containing only one piece, a seemingly simple ring with a small red gemstone set in the center. This is. I leaned in to read the label, which said, in memory, dedicated to teacher Mary. Yes, I made it from a small piece of blood amber I bought with my own savings, Nicole explained. It can't compare to the quality of yours, but it's also from Myanmar. I examined the design of the ring closely. Clean, powerful lines, with fine silver threads encircling the blood amber, as if protecting the central gem, yet also seeming to radiate light outward. This is very similar to Mary's final design style, I said softly, but it also has your own unique touch. I wanted to create a piece that could both commemorate teacher Nicole and showcase my own style, Nicole explained. The blood amber represents her influence, while the outer design is the direction of my own development. The exhibition attracted quite a few industry insiders, including some well-known figures from the jewelry design world. After viewing the exhibition, an older female designer approached Nicole and offered her an internship opportunity. I stood by, genuinely happy for Nicole. In the evening, as the exhibition was drawing to a close, Frank arrived as well. Seeing me with Nicole, he gave me a knowing smile. New friend? He asked me quietly. Mary's student, I explained simply. Very talented. Frank nodded without asking further questions. After touring the exhibition, he gave high praise to Nicole's work. It blends traditional and modern elements, demonstrating both technical skill and artistic expression, quite rare. Nicole thanked him politely. This wouldn't have been possible without the guidance of teacher Nicole and teacher George. After the exhibition, the 3 of us went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Frank talked about recent trends in the art market, while Nicole shared her insights on contemporary jewelry design. The conversation was light and pleasant, and I realized it had been a long time since I had relaxed and chatted with others like this. After a few rounds of drinks, Frank received an urgent call and left early. Only Nicole and I remained in the restaurant, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit quiet. Mr. George, Nicole hesitated for a moment before speaking. I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. What is it? After you finished the pursuit, what are you planning to create next? The question caught me off guard. To be honest, ever since the pursuit, I haven't had any new inspiration. That painting seemed to have drained all my emotions and creativity. I haven't decided yet, I answered honestly. It might take some time to find a new direction. Nicole nodded thoughtfully. Nicole once said that the hardest thing for an artist isn't creating a stunning masterpiece, but finding a way forward after reaching the peak. She really did say that, I recalled with a smile. Mary always saw further than I did. Maybe, Nicole said softly, you could try a new direction that combines your work with jewelry design? Like in The Pursuit, but taking it even further. I recalled what Mary mentioned in her letter about seeing new possibilities, and suddenly I was inspired. You mean, creating a series of works that combine painting and jewelry? Exactly. Nicole said excitedly, your paintings create emotion in two-dimensional space, while jewelry gives it tangible form in the three-dimensional world. The combination of the two would have an astonishing effect. The more we talked, the more engaged we became, even sketching a few concept designs on the restaurant's napkins. Nicole's ideas were fresh and bold, perfectly aligning with my artistic vision, yet bringing a new perspective. As we left the restaurant, Nicole suddenly said, I have to confess something. I looked at her in confusion. I reached out to you not only to deliver Nicole's letter, but also for a personal reason. I hope to learn from you, she said candidly. I want to become a designer like Nicole, someone who not only creates beautiful works but also perfectly blends art with emotion. Her sincerity moved me. You're already on that path, and you're doing very well. Then, may I consult you often? She asked a little nervously. Of course, I'd be delighted. On the way home, a series of new works already began to take shape in my mind. A cross-disciplinary art that fuses painting and jewelry, both as a tribute to Mary and as a new starting point in my artistic career. That night, I had a dream. In the dream, Mary stood in a halo of blood-red light, smiling at me and saying, See, I knew you would find a new direction. When I woke up, I got out of bed immediately and began sketching for the new series. I decided to name it Rebirth. Not only representing the ancient life forever preserved in blood amber, but also symbolizing the rebirth of my artistic career, as well as the inheritance and development of Mary's artistic vision. A week later, I submitted a new series proposal to the gallery and received an enthusiastic response. The curator even suggested holding a special exhibition themed Between Dimensions, a dialogue between painting and jewelry. For this project, I invited Nicole to join the team as a jewelry design consultant. She had just graduated from design school and was both excited and nervous about the opportunity. Am I really up to the task? She asked me in the studio. You understand Mary's design philosophy better than anyone, I assured her. That's exactly what I need. In the days that followed, we worked at a feverish pace. We created during the day and discussed at night, sometimes even working through until dawn. Nicole's ideas flowed endlessly, and I transformed those thoughts into concrete artistic expressions. In the process, I rediscovered the pure joy of creation that I hadn't felt in a long time. One late night, when we finally finished the design for our first piece, Nicole clapped her hands excitedly. This is amazing. Teacher Nicole will definitely love it. At the mention of Mary, she suddenly realized her slip and looked at me nervously. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's all right, I said with a smile. I think Mary really would like it. She always hoped I could step out of my comfort zone and try new ways of expressing myself. Nicole let out a sigh of relief, then hesitantly asked, Professor George, may I ask you a personal question? What is it? When you faced the woman impersonating Professor Nicole, how did you see through her? I mean, from the news reports, she seemed like an exact copy of Professor Nicole. I pondered for a moment. Superficial resemblance is easy to achieve, but a true personality cannot be duplicated. Mary's perception of art, her attitude toward life, the way she handled details, these were all unique. Just like a work of art, Nicole mused, no matter how perfect a replica is, it can never capture the soul of the original. Exactly. We worked through the night again, and finally established the overall framework for the Rebirth series. 7 pieces, each blending elements of painting and jewelry, together telling a story of loss and recovery, death and rebirth. As our collaboration deepened, my relationship with Nicole gradually shifted from teacher and student to partners, both mentor and friend. Sometimes, when the light traced the gentle contours of her focused profile, I would unconsciously think of Mary. But soon, I realized that this association wasn't due to any physical resemblance, but rather that same dedication and passion for art. "George, you look much more spirited lately," Frank remarked at a gathering. "It's been a while since I've seen you so full of life." "Yeah, the new project has helped me rediscover the joy of creating." "Nicole's a good girl," Frank said meaningfully. "Talented, and she really understands you." I understood his implication, but just smiled without responding. There was indeed a special understanding between Nicole and me, but it was more rooted in our shared passion for art than anything else. At least for now. The creation of the Rebirth series took 3 months, longer than expected, but the results were stunning. Each piece was a perfect fusion of painting and jewelry art, offering both the pleasure of viewing as a flat image and the discovery of 3-dimensional effects brought by the jewelry elements from different angles. A week before the exhibition opened, I received an unexpected visitor, Luna. She had served her sentence and was released early. She looked much more haggard than the last time we met, but her eyes were clearer. "I came to apologize to you in person." She stood at the studio door, her voice low, "for everything I have done." I didn't respond immediately, but simply invited her in to sit down. "I know that an apology can't make up for the loss," she continued, "but I want you to know that I truly regret it." "How is your sister's illness?" I asked. She looked up in surprise. You know. I guessed. "You said you needed money for a reason, and I think that must have been true." "Yes," she nodded. "My sister's surgery was a success, and now she's fully recovered. For the past 3 years, I've been thinking about how to make up for my mistakes. Even though I may never be able to." I was silent for a moment, then said, "You know, in a way, your appearance actually helped me." "What do you mean?" "It forced me to confront the past, to re-examine my memories with Mary, and ultimately to find a way forward." I pointed to the sketches of the Rebirth series on the wall and briefly explained this new project. Luna listened quietly, a look of genuine respect in her eyes. "I'm glad you were able to find a new beginning from that nightmare," she said at last. "I hope I can find my own path to rebirth as well." As she left, she handed me a small package. "These are some simple pieces of jewelry I made in prison. The craftsmanship is rough, but each one represents my remorse and blessings. I hope you can accept them." Opening the package, I found several small trinkets handmade from fine wire and colorful glass beads. Though simple, it was clear the creator had poured their heart into them. Nicole happened to come into the studio at that moment. Seeing the trinkets, she asked curiously, "What are these?" I told her about Luna's visit. "You forgave her?" Nicole was a bit surprised. "Not exactly forgiveness," I said thoughtfully. "It's more like understanding. Everyone has their own hardships and choices. What's important is how we learn and grow from our mistakes." Nicole nodded pensively, picking up a piece of jewelry to examine it closely. "The craftsmanship is rough, but the concept is ingenious. This person seems to have a talent for design." "Perhaps," I said. "Everyone has the possibility of being reborn." On the day of the exhibition opening, numerous figures from the art and jewelry worlds gathered together. The Rebirth series received unprecedented acclaim. Critics called it a model of cross-disciplinary art, and the gallery owner was overjoyed, announcing plans for a nationwide tour. In the crowd, I saw Luna. She was dressed simply, standing quietly in a corner, admiring the exhibits. Our eyes met in the air. She nodded slightly, then walked away. "Who was that?" Nicole asked, standing beside me. "Someone searching for rebirth," I replied. Nicole seemed to understand and asked no more. We stood side by side before the pursuit, watching the blood amber refract a strange light under the lamps, like the silent burning of life's flame. "Thank you," I whispered to Nicole. "Without you, this series might never have come into being." "It was your philosophy that guided us, Teacher Nicole," she replied modestly. "I was just fortunate enough to be the messenger." In that moment, I suddenly understood the true meaning of what Mary had written in her letter. Love has changed its form. Love exists not only in memory and longing, but also in inheritance and innovation, shining brightly in every spark of artistic creation. And I, at last, had learned how to begin anew after loss, to embrace rebirth while still searching. The success of the exhibition exceeded everyone's expectations. In just 1 month, the Rebirth series was reported on by major media outlets and even attracted the attention of the international art world. A renowned auction house extended an olive branch to me, hoping to include several pieces in their annual highlight auction. "This is an unprecedented opportunity," Frank said excitedly. "If the deal goes through, you'll become a top player in the contemporary art market." I wasn't particularly concerned with commercial success, but I did feel the joy of having my work widely recognized. More importantly, this series opened up a new artistic path for me, freeing me from the creative shackles of the past 3 years. Nicole benefited as well. As the project's jewelry design consultant, she received high praise from the industry. Several well-known jewelry brands reached out to her, hoping she would join their design teams. "Which offer are you planning to accept?" One night, as we were tidying up the studio together, I asked her. "To be honest, I'm still hesitating." Nicole paused her work. "These are all great opportunities, but..." "But what?" "But I want to keep working with you." She looked straight into my eyes. "Rebirth is just the beginning, isn't it?" Her candor surprised me a little. Indeed, the success of this series had opened up many new creative possibilities for us, but I wasn't sure if I should continue such a close working relationship. "You should consider your own career development," I said tactfully. "These opportunities are very rare for young designers." Nicole seemed to sense my hesitation and nodded gently. "I understand." In the days that followed, we were both busy and rarely had the chance to talk alone. A week later, Nicole told me she had decided to accept an invitation from a French jewelry brand and would be going to Paris to work for 2 years. "Congratulations," I said sincerely. "It's a very good choice." "Thank you," she replied with a smile, though a fleeting, elusive emotion flashed in her eyes. "I think this is the best arrangement for both of us." Before Nicole left, we held a small farewell party. Frank, the curator, and a few mutual friends came. The atmosphere was warm, tinged with a hint of sadness. After a few rounds of drinks, Frank found an opportunity to pull me aside. "Are you really going to just let her go like this?" "What do you mean?" I pretended not to understand. "Don't play dumb, man," Frank said bluntly. "You have feelings for her. That's obvious." "That's just professional rapport," I argued. "Is that so?" Frank looked at me meaningfully. "Then why have you been so distracted ever since she decided to go to France?" I was at a loss for words. In fact, these past few days I had indeed felt an inexplicable sense of loss, but I kept telling myself it was only because I had lost an excellent partner. "I know what you're worried about." Frank lowered his voice. "You feel like you're letting Mary down, don't you?" I remained silent. He had touched upon the deepest concern in my heart. "Mary has been gone for 3 years now." Frank gently patted my shoulder. "She would want you to be happy." After the party ended, I walked Nicole home. The night was tranquil as water, and the city lights flowed around us. "Thank you for your help and guidance these past few months." Nicole stopped at the entrance of her apartment building. "This experience has meant so much to me." "I should be thanking you," I said sincerely. "Without you, the Rebirth series would never have been completed." We fell into silence, as if both searching for the right words to say goodbye. "My flight is the morning after tomorrow," Nicole finally said. "I still have some things to take care of tomorrow. So, this is probably the last time we'll see each other. 2 years will pass quickly." I tried to make my voice sound light. "Paris is a beautiful city. You'll like it there." She nodded, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "Professor George, there's something I've always wanted to tell you, but never found the right opportunity." "What is it?" "I chose to study jewelry design because I saw Nicole's works." She took a deep breath, or more precisely, because I saw the pieces Nicole designed for you. The way she perfectly fused love and art moved me deeply. "I didn't know that," I said in surprise. "I've always hoped that one day I could be like Nicole, creating art filled with emotion." Nicole continued, her words coming faster, as if afraid she might lose her courage. "But now I realize that what I want even more is to create for a specific person, just like Nicole created for you." I understood her implication, and my heart suddenly began to race. Nicole, please don't respond. She gently interrupted me. I just wanted you to know before I leave. No matter how you feel right now, remember that starting over is not a betrayal of the past, but a way of cherishing life. With that, she rose up on her tiptoes and softly kissed my cheek, then quickly turned and walked into the apartment building, leaving me standing alone in the night, my mind in turmoil. After returning home, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, replaying Nicole's words and that gentle kiss over and over in my mind. Suddenly, I remembered a small box in the study, where Mary's last complete letter was kept, a letter I had found while sorting through her belongings. But at the time, overwhelmed by grief, I never had the courage to open. Now, I finally mustered the courage to walk into the study and retrieve that delicate little box from the depths of the drawer. Inside lay a pale pink letter, bearing Mary's familiar handwriting. Dearest George, by the time you read this letter, you may find yourself at a crossroads in life, hesitating between moving forward or staying where you are. My greatest wish is that you can move bravely through life, as freely as your brush glides across the canvas. Love is not a shackle, but a liberation. Memory is not a burden, but a source of strength. If one day you meet someone who can rekindle the light in your eyes, please don't hesitate because of your longing for me. True love is wishing happiness for the other, even if there is no longer a place for oneself in that happiness. Remember, the days we loved each other were complete, with no need for regrets. And now, it's time to paint a new picture, my beloved. Forever loving you. Mary. Tears blurred my vision. It was as if Mary had foreseen my current situation and had already given me her blessing. She was always like this, always able to see further and more clearly than I could. At that moment, I made up my mind. Early the next morning, I drove straight to Nicole's apartment. Professor George? Nicole opened the door in surprise, clearly not expecting me. I have something to say to you. I looked her straight in the eyes, not as your teacher, but as George. I handed her Mary's letter. Nicole read it carefully, her expression shifting from surprise to being moved, and finally, her eyes grew moist. She truly was an extraordinary woman, Nicole said softly, handing the letter back to me. Yes, she was. I nodded. That's exactly why I believe her words. Nicole, cancel your plans for Paris. Stay and continue our collaboration, will you? Nicole looked at me in shock. Are you serious? I've never been more serious, I said quietly. Rebirth is not just the name of an artwork, it's a possibility in life. Are you willing to explore that possibility with me? Her answer was a firm embrace, warm and real, like the first ray of sunlight after a long winter. In that moment, I felt as if Mary was somewhere, smiling down on us, blessing this new beginning. Life is like that blood amber, enduring countless ages of change and sedimentation, ultimately transforming into an eternal radiance. And I, at last, understood what true pursuit is, what true rebirth means. A year later, Nicole and I unveiled our second joint project, Interwoven, at the National Art Museum. This series was even bolder and more innovative than Rebirth, blending Eastern and Western aesthetics with various art forms. Critics hailed it as a significant breakthrough in contemporary art. At the opening ceremony, Nicole held my arm as we faced the media interviews and congratulations from the audience together. She wore a simple white dress, and around her neck was the Eye of Rebirth necklace we designed together. She completed the jewelry part based on my painting. Your collaboration seems even more in sync than your last project, a reporter asked with a suggestive smile. Nicole glanced at me, and we exchanged a smile. Yes, both in art and in life, we found the perfect balance. This indirect answer drew a round of good-natured laughter from the reporters present. My relationship with Nicole was no longer a secret, but we always kept a low profile, letting the public's attention remain focused on our artistic creations. After the exhibition, we drove out to a small hill in the countryside. There stood an ancient oak tree, beneath which Mary's ashes were laid to rest. This was the place we chose, rather than a traditional cemetery, natural, peaceful, just like Mary herself. Mary, the exhibition was a great success today, I said softly to the stone beneath the tree. Nicole's designs were admired by everyone, just as you once predicted. Nicole crouched down and placed a bouquet of white daisies in front of the stone. Teacher Nicole, I've been working hard to become the kind of designer you hoped I would be. I hope you can be proud of me. A gentle breeze stirred, and the oak's leaves rustled softly, as if it were Mary's reply. On the way back, Nicole suddenly said, I've been thinking about something. What is it? If that woman who pretended to be Ms. Nicole hadn't appeared, You might never have found the blood amber, never created the pursuit, and we might never have met. Her words made me fall into deep thought. Indeed, it was the series of events triggered by that deception that ultimately led to everything now. It feels as if, in the unseen, some force has been orchestrating it all. Perhaps that's the irony of fate, I said softly. Sometimes, the worst beginnings can lead us to the best endings. When I returned home, I received an unexpected package. Upon opening it, I found a delicate little box containing a handmade ring. Though simple, the craftsmanship had improved greatly compared to the pieces I had seen before. There was a note attached. Mr. George, thank you for your kindness and understanding a year ago, which gave me the courage to start over. Now I have found a job at a small jewelry shop, and my life is gradually getting back on track. This ring represents my gratitude, and I wish you happiness and well-being on your new path. Luna, I handed the ring to Nicole. After examining it carefully, she remarked, her skills have improved a lot. She truly is talent. Some mistakes in life shouldn't become permanent scars, I sighed. Everyone deserves a second chance. That night, we sat in the studio, discussing ideas for the next series. Nicole suddenly proposed a bold idea. I was thinking, maybe we could try connecting the different stages of our work to create a complete narrative. From eternity to quest, then to rebirth, and intertwined, they're actually different phases in a person's life journey. You mean? A complete story about loss, searching, rebirth, and integration, she explained excitedly, ultimately asking what is the most precious treasure in life. Love. I finished her sentence. No matter what form it takes. Nicole nodded, her eyes sparkling with creative fire. We could call it the forms of love, an unprecedented artistic exploration. Sounds like a long-term, ambitious project. We have time, she smiled, holding my hand. We have so much time. In that moment, I felt a powerful surge of creative inspiration, just like when I first began my artistic career years ago, filled with passion and possibility. But this time, I was not facing the blank canvas alone. 2 years later, the Forms of Love series was exhibited simultaneously in the world's 5 greatest art museums, causing an unprecedented sensation. Critics called it a milestone in contemporary art history, blending painting, sculpture, jewelry design, and other art forms to create an entirely new artistic language. The final piece of the exhibition was titled Eternal Ring, a massive circular canvas depicting every form of love in life, familial, platonic, romantic, and the love for art itself. The edge of the canvas was inlaid with gemstones of various sizes, and under certain lighting, these gems would cast light onto specific parts of the canvas, revealing another hidden layer of patterns. The centerpiece of this work is a massive blood amber. Through intricate optical design, the light it projects perfectly outlines 2 embracing figures. One is Mary, the other is Nicole, symbolizing the intersection of past and present, the fusion of memory and rebirth. On the closing day of the exhibition, in front of the Eternal Ring, I knelt on one knee and proposed to Nicole. The ring was crafted from the very blood amber Mary had once prepared for me, designed by my own hand and fashioned by the finest jeweler. This ring carries the memories of the past and the hopes for the future, I whispered softly. Nicole, will you be the eternal ring in my life? Her tears sparkled under the spotlight. I will. Amidst the cheers, I remembered what Mary once said. Love does not disappear. It merely changes its form. Yes, love does not disappear. It exists in memories, in art, in every rebirth and new beginning. It traverses time and crosses space, like that blood amber which, after millions of years, still shines, forever retaining the original warmth and brilliance of life. This is the answer I have been searching for all along. Between loss and gain, between seeking and rebirth, love remains constant, only appearing in different forms along the journey of life. And all we need to do is bravely accept this gift, no matter how it comes to us. On the day of the wedding, the sky was a clear, washed blue. Beneath the ancient oak tree that had watched over Mary, we exchanged our vows. A gentle breeze stirred, making the leaves whisper as if blessings were drifting in from another world. No matter when or where, Nicole said softly, We'll always remember that it was she who brought us together. Yes, I squeezed her hand, and we will always cherish this gift. In the brilliant sunlight, the blood amber ring gleamed, radiant as life itself, enduring the passage of time, yet still shining bright.